let me switch screens over. Okay. And stop, and then that goes there, and then yes. Hi. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, Sonic. Hello, Standing. Congrats, Sonic, on the capture card. I hope that works well for you. Hello, everyone. Hello, Standing. Yes, happy end of September. It was a good month. It was a good month. It felt short, didn't it? But it was nice. It was nice getting to hang out with you guys. Finally getting the weather to start shifting over. We're getting our first rains of the season already. It is cooling off. It is looking like fall. It is feeling like fall. And I'm here for it. Hello, everyone. Hello, lurkers. Hello, vlog watcher. I hope the week is going well for you. I hope it is not too crazy. I hope everyone is having a good time. Getting some rest in here somewhere. A little bit. Doing something fun. I had a very good weekend. I got to hang out with you guys, obviously. Always a good time. Sunday was very busy. Sunday was very busy because I had to get ready for the cleaners to come on Monday. So there was a lot of cleaning up, a lot of making sure everything was off the floor. But that went well. I had a nice clean room as a result of all of it, so, you know, nice little bonus. Gonna try and keep that preserved for at least a little while. Just immediately come back and upend a bunch of boxes like it doesn't feel right. Hang on one second. Okay, yeah, I thought you were. There is a oh, sorry, one second. The traveler is playing audio. I just need to make sure that everything is going where it is supposed to, and I'm not about to get copyright struck or something. Because that would be not great. Give me 1 second. Audio properties. Okay. Okay, that looks good. Alright, yeah, so I just need you to not be quite so loud. I need you to calm down. But that should be fine. Okay, that should do it. That should be okay. Do let me know if that messed with the audio or anything, but I think it's fine. I think we're fine. But let's see. Beyond that, yeah, so, sorry. I was hearing like a ghost of the stream audio coming in one ear, and I'm like, what the f was that? But yeah, so, did the cleaning, went for a bike ride. I was just gonna do a short bike ride. It was such a nice day. But I just ended up doing a much longer one. And then I came back and had to figure some stuff out for this week. And that ended up taking a while. That was like pretty much my entire evening. But I did get it working by the end of the day. I did get it figured out. It seems to be okay. So we're gonna roll it out on Thursday. And there will probably be some bugs. There will probably be some stuff. But we're gonna give it a go. We're gonna give it a go and see how it does. And hopefully it works. And if it doesn't, then I'll try and fix it before Saturday. So yeah, Sunday was a very busy day, but got the list done, got everything accomplished, so I felt really good about that. And then yesterday, the cleaners showed up. And I'm glad they showed up in the morning. You know, it makes sense But if you're gonna steam clean something, it's gonna be wet afterwards. So yeah, they showed up late in the morning. And they were pretty quick because we only have carpets on the upstairs, so it's not that many rooms, right? It's not a lot of carpet compared to like an entire living room or something really crazy, you know? So that definitely helped, and they got it done very quickly. They were very nice. But then they said, yeah, you let it sit for like 6 to 8 hours for everything to dry out properly. And we were like, oh, yeah, that makes sense. So we're just sitting here. Like, we had already sort of moved everything downstairs, so both of us were just working downstairs. So I did carefully run upstairs and grab a couple of things just that I might need or that I might want. And yeah, we basically just camped downstairs and sort of gave things time to dry. I was planning to get more stuff set up for Thursday after work. And I lost a good amount of time to that whole situation. So I didn't quite get everything, but most of it's looking pretty good. Most of it is looking about ready. But yeah, it was a weird little day of just kind of being like, not having access to my computer. My computer was sitting in my bathroom because my bathroom, obviously, thankfully, doesn't have any carpeting. So I didn't have to clean anything in there, and I could put a bunch of stuff in the bathroom. And I was like, shit. I can't use the computer. I'm not going to bring the computer downstairs for like 2 hours just to have to lug it back upstairs. So it's just like, alright. So yeah, it was a little weird, but it wasn't a bad thing. It was okay. But yeah, I'm doing alright. I'm doing okay. Things have, I'd say, calmed down a little bit. Last week was really hectic. Last week was very crazy. I feel like we kind of got over the worst of the craziness and things are kind of mellowing out a little bit, which is appreciated. Yeah, how are you guys doing? How's your week? What's going on with you? Hope you're having a good one so far, but nothing too crazy. You guys have any plans for, I guess, October in general? Anything you're looking forward to? Or is it just going to be an excuse to buy a bunch of candy? I haven't bought any candy yet. I'm still hoping to do the sale. I'm hoping to get everything as it starts to go on the clearance discount, but we're gonna have to time it very carefully, I guess. It's a couple of days of rain, but we need it. Agreed. Honestly, I love autumn. Autumn is my favorite season. I love the sort of mellow, kind of rainy weather. It's just very chill. It's very relaxed. It's a great weather for going out and taking a walk, and it's also a great weather for just like chilling inside and watching. Yeah, the only reason that I'm sad summer is ending is because of how much I like riding my bike, and it's just gonna get very hard to do that. We might still have another month or so where it's possible before the weather shifts so completely that it's really hard to find any time to get out there, but yeah, the evening rides are gonna start being really hard to pull off. Like it's 7 o'clock, and usually my rides are about 2 hours, so this would be about when I would be on my way home, and it's like, yeah, that's dark out. So I think, honestly, this past week might have been my last week for evening rides. Rush up! It's alright. I can still go running I've got Beat Saber, so it's not like I have nothing I can do. It's just, I really like my bike. I can still do weekend rides for a little bit longer. It'll be okay. And there's always next year. It's the cadence of the seasons, you know? Oh, the other thing. So one of the things I need to figure out this weekend, sort of on that subject of how much longer I can do rides for, because the weather is starting to shift and the days are getting shorter, I'm like, oh, I should do, if I want to do that long ride out to the city, I should probably aim to do that this weekend, because I don't know what next weekend is going to look like, and if it is sunny, I should just go. However, there is going to be a chocolate festival in the next city over this weekend. It's where a bunch of chocolate makers bring all their finest chocolates. So you do have to pay to get in. You gotta pay to get in, but once you do, there are free samples of everything. And then if you do want to, if you find something that you particularly like and you want to buy it, then you can, you know, buy a box or a bag or however they pack it in. No price for fine chocolate, never. So I'm like, on one hand, I really want to get that bike ride in. On the other hand, what if I was just a fat ass and spent the day at the chocolate festival? The choices are hard. Let's see. So, yeah, it's only Saturday and Sunday. It's open from 9 to 5. So I'm not sure what I want to do. What I'm... See, the problem is that I was thinking maybe I could go before the stream on Saturday. Maybe even push the stream back an hour and start at 4. And that would just give me like the late morning and the early afternoon to wander around and buy some chocolate, and then I go home and get ready for the stream. That is a possibility. That is an option. I think if I tried to go on Sunday, to go to the festival, go back, get the bike ready, and then bike 40 miles full of chocolate would probably be a really bad idea. I feel like that would not end well for me, or the bike, or anything involved really. So I don't know, maybe I can push the bike ride back to next weekend. So I'd really like to go to the chocolate festival. I didn't go last year, is the thing. I thought it was interesting. It would run both. It really would. It would be just a bad time in general, I think. So I don't know about that one. Like, I definitely want to go. And last year I did not go. And I absolutely regretted it. I heard about it from a few people afterwards and was like, that sounds like I should have gone. So I might just have to push the ride back till next week. We'll see about that. We'll figure something out though. We still got a few days, and I think the tickets are still available. I mean, if the tickets are sold out, then that kind of solves the problem, right? Let me see.
Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets tonight, alone.
Yeah, it looks like everything is still available. I don't imagine they're gonna run out of tickets. As much as people are likely to flock for chocolate, I don't think it's gonna be like such an in-demand event that they're gonna run out of tickets. So yeah, I'll figure something out. I'll figure something out. I will say, I had this thought while I was working on stuff last night. So I got started on the Halloween outfit, I think it was in like July. And I'm really glad that I did that because I'm going to be setting things up until tomorrow night. I'm going to be setting things up until the last day. And sure, you know, I could have worked more focused on the outfit and the preparation and everything. But I'm glad that I got started on it early so that I didn't have to rush. I didn't have to cram it. I didn't have to work on it harder than I really wanted to. I could take a nice, more leisurely pace with it and do other drawings and whatnot and really enjoy my time. Oh, mage. Happy Choomsday. I hope your week is going well. How you doing? How you doing? So yes, having a more relaxed approach to it is nice. It is very good. And yeah, we're coming in basically right on schedule. So I'm glad for that. I'm happy for that. After this one though, I think it's going to be a little bit of a break. I think it's going to be a little bit of a break on outfits. Probably try and do one for summer. But I think we're going to be good for a little while. I don't know when we'll get that one done. I do want to do it. I don't know if it's going to be for a specific event, like if it's going to be for summer or spring, or if we're just going to do it. It's going to release it when it's... Oh, excuse me. Release it when it's ready. On that subject, and on the subject of having plenty of preparation time, we've got a drawing that needs to get finished sooner rather than later because it's almost October, and granted we have about 2 weeks until we need it, but I feel like if I really, really wanted to, I could see us filling up the 2 weeks working on this drawing. But again, I'm glad that we got enough of a head start on it that we can really take our time with it and enjoy it, experiment on some stuff, figure out the right approach for everything, and really make sure that it's like we're happy with it before we have to deliver it, rather than starting like this week and going, oh fuck, oh shit. We got a race to see it done. Suppose on that note, why don't we go ahead, let me pull up my references really quickly and we can go ahead and get started. There you go. I did have a little jump scare earlier because Jin retweeted Aiko's birthday tweet, and I misread it, and I thought Jin was talking about her own birthday, and I was like, no, what the fuck, I had more time. But it was okay. It was okay. She was just celebrating a friend's birthday, which I really should have written down the date for that. I will try and remember for next year. It's hard remembering everyone's birthdays. It's hard trying to keep track of all those.
But you can't keep doing this to yourself. She's moved on. Meanwhile, you're out there just walking the streets at night.
It's a very noisy night. I hear
Of darkness.
frickin' smoke detectors and sirens and someone gnarls. Alright, whatever. Focus up, Kega. You got work to do. Okay, so where are we with this kid? What are we working on? What are we looking at? Honestly, I feel like the hands are coming along very well. That's right, we were spending some time cleaning up the thumb and hand. Jin's hand. I have to keep birthdays in the phone calendar, they don't have fun. Yeah, and I had a sticky note with a bunch of people's birthdays on it. And I don't know where that went. So I should definitely record it to my phone. That's a good idea. I will do that. Not right now. I gotta find the sticky note first. Shit. I'll find it. Okay, see, what do we want to do with this one? We've got arm to clean up. We've got this sort of deeper shadow layer that I definitely want to mess around with. We have to add the floral patterns here. Let me write these down. Floral patterns. The hair. Got the hair. I think the anatomy in the arm and shoulder there is looking pretty good, but it could use a cleanup. And then the faces. Yeah, I feel like those are kind of the main areas that I want to focus in on. Let me check one other thing. Yeah, I feel like Manhattan has a... Yeah, she has a very straight haircut, so I've made this a little too rough and wild. I think we definitely want to smooth out the ends. I think we want to add a bit of like sheen to the nail polish as well, so we'll work on that. Alright. I want to use that pen on my tablet. Alright, that should be good. It is not a short list of things to do, but it's alright. Just doing a little bit of warm-up drawing before the stream, so I think we're good to just sort of jump into it. Yeah, how's your September closing out, everybody? I hope it's been a good month. Good close of summer. I don't know, it's always weird to me, like, September, by calendar logic, is mostly a summer month. And then it's just the last week or so, technically, is autumn. It feels like it's an autumn month through and through, to me at least. So my school starts in September, so it has to be fall. Oh yeah, that makes sense to me. I don't know, I always feel like there's the calendar seasons, and then there's the colloquial seasons, right? The sort of common sense, I feel like. by common sense, you know, winter is December, January, February, spring is March, April, May, summer is June, July, and August, and then autumn is September, October, and November. And then the calendar is like, actually. The seasons don't change over until the 22nd or 23rd of each month. And it's like, well, who the fuck decided that? I don't know, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna activate some the calendar nerd who's like spent just so much time reading through articles on the history of the calendar systems and be like, actually this is why it's that way. I'm like, oh, fascinating, but also what the fuck? And it's that constant human obsession with trying to order and categorize systems that don't really give a shit. Unrelated to the passing of seasons, did you guys see the big news that EA is going private? They're having, I believe the term is a leveraged buyout. They're going off the public sector, off the public market, and they're going to be a privately owned company again. To the tune of $55 billion. Which, I don't know, not getting into the particulars of the groups buying them, because we don't discuss those types of things here. I'm not really sure how this is going to shake out for the industry. I don't know what the sort of long-term consequences of it are going to be. I'm not particularly optimistic. I think the one thing that I might dare to have a little bit of optimism about, I might be the slightest bit hopeful against all reason, is as one of my coworkers put it effectively, more or less, I'm just paraphrasing a little bit, what I understand is that EA is basically taking on a substantial amount of debt as a consequence of the buyout. Like so much fucking money. They are going to effectively be expected to pay back in exchange for, you know, the new ownership buying back all the stock, effectively. And what happens a lot of times with stuff like this is, you know, they will sell off parts of the company that they don't, the owners don't actually want or care about, to recuperate the cost, to recuperate the debt. So I think there is a hope on some people's parts that some developers, some IPs might get sold off to interested parties, and the things that EA has sat on for a very long period of time with no apparent interest in working on them might get picked up by people that are interested in those projects, in those IPs. Might actually see a revitalization of some long dead EA properties. I think that is the optimistic outlook on it, and I certainly am not going to object to a little optimism. I think given the trend of the industry over the last couple of years, there's also a lot of reason to be nervous and pessimistic, shall we say. I'm just double checking some of my style references. Okay, there is a little bit of room for some bounce light in here. I just want to keep it very subtle. I don't know, it's a very weird... The industry is in a very weird place right now. I suppose in some ways it's always been in one weird place or another. And to be fair, even if the industry does end up crashing, this isn't going to be the first time. This will be like the fourth? Third or fourth, I think. So, segueing on the idea of entertainment being run by joyless megacorporations that have no interest in the actual happiness or whimsy that their product so lavishly aggrandizes and supports. I watched the pilot for Knights of Guinevere over the weekend. I quite enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. I did not realize at the time that the show is being run by I'm blanking on her name, but the lady that created the Owl House, sort of the director behind that. And there is definitely a lot of There is a lot of reflection of her experiences with Disney in that show. Though, as one person was pointing out, obviously there's a lot of the sort of Disney blood in there, shall we say, there's this megacorp park conglomerate that sort of runs this entire planet. They have this princess mascot that lives in a castle, and legions of engineers that are responsible for designing and maintaining the animatronics. It's like, yeah, okay, this is very Disney, but it's not specific enough to them to be like exclusively Disney, right? There's still a feeling of like, okay, yeah, this is very sort of reflective of any megacorp in the present day. It's very sort of industrial dystopian. But yeah, even outside of that, something spooky month that all gamers fear. Is it bad internet or is it cat ears? A job application? I don't need one of those yet. Yet? Is it for a cat cafe? I've never been to a cat cafe. I always start sneezing. Jinkit Tussie and I Lucy. God, the brain rot. It's so pervasive. Hello, boss. Happy Choomsday. I hope you are doing well. I hope you're having a good week. And I hope you are excited for the spooky month. Oh yeah. I need to figure out how I'm gonna do the floral patterns, the cloud patterns for Jin's outfit as well. This spooky month, yes! Get spooked, get spooked. Doesn't sound great. It doesn't sound quite like I hoped it would. Disregard. I'm very excited. I don't know. I really love just like the energy and the festivity of October these days. Feels like a month-long festival, and I'm here for it. Yes, I quite enjoyed Knights of Guinevere. I thought it was good. I wish they had more than the one episode ready. Animation is really hard, so I totally get it, but the pilot was definitely not enough. So I'm hoping it goes well. It really felt to me, the show felt like a real level up for Glitch. the studio that makes it, right? Because they have a few things. They've got Murder Drones, they've got Amazing Digital Circus, they have a few other projects that I have not checked out. Like, I thought Digital Circus was an improvement over stuff like Murder Drones. Like, Murder Drones was okay, I just felt like the story was really hard to follow. It felt like the sort of thing that I would be better off waiting for them to release the entire season or whatever, or the entire series. I don't know how long they plan for it to be, and then go back and watch it in aggregate, right? Sort of see it in its totality and see if the story makes more sense from there. But trying to watch it like one episode at a time and understand it bit by bit and remember everything getting to the next episode just proved to be difficult for me. I don't know, Digital Circus, I feel like, is better about that. It's less frustrating, at least, in that regard. Also, I think the characters are just generally better. Like, the writing is very similar from one show to the other. There's not a lot of difference there, but just like, I don't know. I generally find the characters in Digital Circus to be a bit more well developed, I suppose I might say. I see the vision of it a little bit better. Where Murder Drones, I don't know, it's not bad. It's just, in my opinion, it's not as good. But then, yeah, Knights of Guinevere, I don't know, something about it to me just feels like such a more evolved project. It feels like it really takes a lot of the lessons that everyone involved has accumulated, you know, between Owl House and Digital Circus and everything. And it just feels more... I hate to say professional. I don't know what the exact word for it is. But I like it. It's the kind of thing that I don't even know I would say, you know, oh, you know, if you like Digital Circus, you should, I think you'll like Knights of Guinevere. Like, they don't feel... That's kind of the thing. It's like, oh, it's not sort of a continuation of Glitch's style. You can definitely see the DNA in there. But it just feels like more than a continuation, more than a sort of linear level up of Glitch's MO. So I'm quite excited to see more of the show. I think it'll be good. Okay, I see what I did here. I had the dress, and it was cinched against the belt. You see a little bit of that. But now, the belt is hidden by the leg. So we're not getting that same sort of relationship and explanation. So it feels different. So here's what I would like to do to resolve that. We're gonna bring this in a little bit, soften it down. I'm just gonna mask this off a little bit, make it easier to work around. So we can get the back end of this. Yes, I watched that, and then I finished the second season of Dress Up Darling, which, man, I love that show. I love everything about that show. It's just, it's wholesome, it's good. In some ways, it's like idealistic, but it's not sort of idealistic in that like preachy way. It's more just sort of like, yeah, this is how people should treat each other. Like it doesn't get all grandstandy or soapboxy. You just watch people not be awful to each other and actually, you know, be accepting and supportive of each other's interests and passions and their self-expression. And you're like, shit, they're right. I don't know. I love that show. Emotions are hard. Emotions are hard, man. Just do the best you can. In my defense, I think I did start more or less by working on the arm shadows. I'm almost going down the list I wrote out. Not really following it, but it's more just sort of there to make sure that we hit those things rather than a set order that we're going to go through. The other thing is, I definitely want to do at least one Halloween drawing this coming month. I'm trying to figure out what that should be. What the idea there should be. And there's too many games. There's too many games to play. Because I was thinking we might... we never got around to playing Control, and I was thinking, oh, that would be a good October game to play. So we have both Alan Wakes under our belt. We never played the Alan Wake 2 DLC. There's certainly room to go back and work on that. But I think if I had to pick one of the two, I'd rather play, you know, get to Control first. I was thinking just now, it's like, oh, you know, there's also the Shantae game that just came out a little bit ago. It's not really Halloween-y, but that could be a fun thing to do as well. We've already got Sword of the Sea and both Horizons and Hades 2. We technically never, completed Hades 1, and I'm like, shit. Yeah, I keep meaning to grab Risky Revolution. I'll pick it up when I buy Sword of the Sea, which I've also not bought yet. I think Steam has a sale going on right now. I don't expect either of those games to be on sale, just because they came out this month. I think Sword of the Sea technically came out in August, but it was like mid-August or the end of August. It's too early to put them on sale, you know? Let them have a little bit of time. There we go. Here's two. Feels stiff almost. Like it's not flowing smoothly. Just soften up some of these secondary areas. A better, silkier feel. Okay, I don't know how this one's gonna go, but we're gonna put this on and see how it sounds. There's applause, so that's a good sign, right? That's how that works. Go. Thank God, autosave? Yes? It is autosave, right? Yes. Or maybe my keybind is just getting eaten. I don't know. Yeah, it flows better. I don't know, at some point we're definitely gonna play the new... We're gonna play Risky Revolution. I don't know when that's gonna be. But this... maybe it'll be after we finish Horizon, and then before we play Hades. Because I don't think it's gonna be a very long game. So that could be our in-between between those two titles. I'm gonna be honest though, I don't really like how the sound on this is captured. It's not well balanced. Like, I think they're doing a fine job. It's just the balance of the capture is not very good. It just sounds, I don't know, kind of discordant to me. Or maybe it's just me. I jumped back into No Man's Sky for a little bit. I'm trying to find a nice planet to build my base on. I have a particular sort of environment in mind. I'm sort of, you know, this is what I would like the planet to look like where I build my base. And I'm gonna be honest, I'm having a hard time finding that planet. And it seems like there isn't a lot of tools or anything available to sort of make that an easier process. The best that I could find was people saying, yeah, if you go over, so there are multiple galaxies in the game. And the galaxies are sort of tooled in such a way so that like this galaxy is sort of balanced in the middle of the road, and this one, you know, these guys are more difficult, and the planets tend to be, you know, less hospitable. And then this galaxy tends to have a lot of, you know, lush planets and yellow star systems, and just tends to be a more sort of easy-going place. Sort of the easy galaxy. And so I'm like, well shit, do I need to jump galaxies to, you know, like obviously it's not impossible, it's just like this is the more you're more likely to find this type of planet or that type of planet, this type of star, depending on which galaxy you're in. But, you know, it's not like, oh, you will not find it if you don't jump. But, you know, if you're trying to find like a particular type of planet that's very exacting in the way that you want it to behave and what the conditions are and what it looks like, galaxy hopping is something to consider. I'm like, this sounds like a lot of work. I don't know if I want to do that. So I don't know, I'll think on it. But yeah, right now I'm just sort of trying to hop around, find the right planet to build my little homestead on. I did find a very cool looking planet last night that was like, oh, this is really sick. It's just kind of not the planet that I want for this particular project, you know? It just doesn't have the right vibe. It's not bad. It's just not the look that I want. So what I'll probably do is just set up a little outpost with a work portal there, so that, you know, I can get back to it very easily when I want to. If I decide, oh, you know, I do want to go back to that nice little lush coastal planet and decide I do want to build a base there after all. I'll have that option in the future. The downside was, you know, I flew around it for a little bit and I was like, wow, this is really pretty. You know, I'm gonna set down so I actually get the discovery credit on it, and I can you know, add it to my catalog and find it more easily. So I landed, I got out of my ship, and was immediately attacked by a wild animal and had to kill it. I'm like, well, so much for good first contact. That's a bit better. Nice. Alright, yeah, that looks good. I just want to kind of keep going through and softening this up, right? Kind of stiff and overly regimented. Get that nice silky texture. Also clean up a few areas where the color is a bit smudgy. There we go. Are Jin's ears pointed or roundy? I feel like they're pointy. No, bit above. They're a bit above. Okay, that looks pretty good. Here's definitely a nicer texture than it was. I'm enjoying this more. Just trying to get this nice sort of silky gradient. I don't want it to be much of a solid color anywhere. Pretty much the only places that I'm allowing that, or is if it fully obscures into shade, right? So it's sort of like, oh, when that's the obscure, where it just sort of falls out entirely. The light is sort of more delicate and filled with nuances and detail. Let's see, if I do pull up my references again, I think there is... Yeah, there is some room for like harsh lighting, very sharp edges. It doesn't all have to be smooth and soft. You definitely have some areas where it's like the light is casting or it is not. I think some of that just comes down to the texture of the surface. And the shape of what's casting the shadow. We just need to have a good understanding of what we're working with. And not treat everything the same way. we go. Something about this looks a bit weird. Hang on. What am I looking at? Just the way that the hair is meeting here doesn't feel quite right. I guess it's close, it just needs to be, again, sort of less sharp and harshly defined. And sort of let it all run together a bit more naturally. Oh, the newborn. Thank you very much for the follow and welcome in. Hope you're having a good Choomsday. Hope your September has been good. I'm excited for October. Yeah, it's feeling better. Not quite as intense, quite as harsh on the shading. More sort of natural flow to the hair. Yeah, I made the lock of hair in the middle a lot thicker and more dramatic than maybe it should be, but I think also for the aesthetic of the painting, maybe it's fine. I don't know, is it fine? It's probably fine. Okay. So well, we got worked on the hair some. Let's go ahead while we're talking hair and correct tunes a little bit. I think the main thing that's sort of going on that we don't want happening is how uneven these ends are. I want to cut it into something more like that, where everything sort of falls to an even cut. Yeah, I think that was a bit of a misstep when we were doing the prep layers. And then we can maybe add a bit more splits throughout. Alrighty, boss. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest. I hope you have a very good start to October. I hope to see you on Thursday. Everyone say goodnight. Adding a teeny bit of shading, teeny bit of tone to this leg. It's not quite coming across the way that I would like it to. I think we're just gonna leave it simplified. A bit more glow and contour to the hair in here. A bit of smudging. Yeah, that's better. And then we get a nice little break as well from the leg, which I think is agreeable. There we go. Bunch of weird little smudges and bits and artifacts left over sort of from the way we worked this up, and now we gotta go back in and correct for some of it. Let me check one thing really quickly. I just want to make sure everything's working the way that it is supposed to. Nope. Alright. Part of what happened yesterday was the internet got disconnected. So, you know, everything was sort of working through wired internet. And then had to shift over to Wi-Fi, which, you know, has a bad habit of like changing IP addresses, and stuff that was pointed at X is now pointed at Y, and it doesn't work the way it's supposed to anymore, and it sucks. So I think I got everything working, but still a chance of stuff being broken. Just gotta keep an eye on it. I'm gonna take a little bit and soften this up slightly. Bring some of this on the underside of the lip. There we go. Nope, don't do that. Good. Nose feels a teeny bit off somehow. The shape of it is a little strange. Let's see if I can't figure out what's going on there. I have an idea. I'm gonna do this on a separate layer so it's non-destructive. I think what's happening, or might be happening anyway, is I might have made the nose and muzzle of the face a little bit too short. I think that's better. At least gives the face a little bit more dimension. I think is part of what's missing. Sort of bringing things forward in space a little bit more. What do you guys think? Yeah, I like that more, I think. There's a slight line that I put underneath the eye that I think I want to soften out just because it's a little too harsh, but I do think that the general touch-up is an improvement. Does she have eyeshadow? Let's see. Ivy does not. Ivy has lipstick. And her moles are on the far eye, so we can't really see those from here. Yeah, so got some lipstick, doesn't have eyeshadow. Jin does have eyeshadow. Right, she has that sort of golden eyeshadow. Okay. Go ahead and, I'm gonna go ahead and merge this in. I think it is an improvement. There's a little bit on the nose that I still want to clean up. But I think it's good to bring in. Save. Oh, excuse me. And then do this. I forgot to include it in the preparation, so we're gonna sort of need to figure out how to sort of wash it into the drawing in a way that integrates nicely. Yeah. Same color on both sides here. I think sort of she does have a lot of coloring in the eyelashes, but I think for the tone of the drawing being what it is, we're gonna omit that detail. Deliberately, mind you. Also forgot the golden locks interspersed. Right, so if I just set it to overlay, it looks like that. And then if we bring another layer in, and we set it to color like 40%, I'd say that about gets the right vibe. Yeah, I think that'll work okay. A few places where the paint over didn't quite catch it. That's okay. That's a better texture. The top of her hair is pretty smooth and even. It's not until you sort of get into the lower sections and the hair starts to sort of lighten up that you see the straight ends and sort of raised elements of it. This part is very smooth. So you can do something more like that, or come around on the other side and do the same thing. Come on. There. Good. Yeah, just a few of these like little scuff areas where the prep work, the drawing is still showing through. Alright, well the hair is feeling a lot better. This little area right in here still needs some cleanup, but I really like the texture of it now. Feels much more silky and organic. Okay, let's check the list. Arm shadow's generally feeling better. Might go in again, but I like the look of it. Shoulder anatomy, we can do that. Faces. We did some of that. We'll do a little bit more in a bit. Hair, check. Nails. Collar and the floral pattern. Okay. Nails should be a pretty quick pass, so let's just do that. Sweet. One of the things I really enjoyed in Dress Up Darling, and I was sort of saying it before, that like there's a very sort of beautiful acceptance of people and their passions and their interests. You know, even when people do feel sort of embarrassed about the things that they enjoy or feel like they shouldn't be open about it. You know, a lot of times when people do find out, they're like, oh, cool. You know, they're either not bothered by it or even think that it is something interesting, right? It's cool that they like that particular thing, be it a show or an expressive hobby or a passion or whatever the case. But I also love how much the author very clearly cares not just about the particular things that interest them. Right? They aren't just like, oh, I'm gonna gush about these particular things that I'm interested in. It's like, no, if we're gonna bring up a topic, a creative endeavor, whatever it is, we're going to do this right. We're going to express it in a thoughtful and researched and genuine way, and not just sort of play it up for the sake of whatever it is we're doing in the story. I think that's really cool. I think it's really cool that they take that time to really explore and consider it, you know, because they have various different like types of shows and video games that the characters are cosplaying, and they spend an amazing amount of an episode's runtime when they sort of first introduce what the subject is going to be and what the character from it is. Like, they do almost like a mini episode of an anime, or, you know, a couple minutes of the game, sort of setting that up. And they've clearly put the time in, like recruited other studios, I think in some cases, to do the animation for these sequences, so that it has the right look and feel, and, you know, feels very authentic. It just sort of ties back into that feeling of like genuine excitement, not just for the things that they care about, but seeing other people be excited for the things that get them going, and being like, no, you know what, that is cool. You know, it might not be my groove, but I respect that it is yours. I'm trying to be better about that myself. I'm trying to be more open to, you know, just being excited by other people's excitement. I'm not always successful, as I'm sure you guys have noticed, but I am trying. Just too square, I think. Like, there's definitely some planar form to the bone, to the finger. No, it is not. And I think depending on like how much energy you have going into a conversation, it can be easier or harder, but I think it's still worth the effort. Yes, it's a very good show. It's very beautiful. I don't know, like I said, it's... in some ways I feel like it's an idealized world. Just in the way that people are so sort of accepting of each other, but it's like... yeah, that's how we should be doing things. It is sad that this feels so fictitious and not as just like, yeah, no, that's how we treat each other. You know, with some things, I think there's certainly a time and place, right? There are certainly particular situations, social conventions or locations, whatnot, where being loud and enthusiastic about particular hobbies or passions or interests is perhaps not appropriate. But, you know, that isn't to say that you can't be. You can't enjoy those things. You just gotta read the room. Good. I don't know today if I've been actually tired or emotionally tired. I don't know that there's always a difference. I think if you get emotionally tired, that can lead to physical exhaustion. Just trying to keep up with it. You know, if you're physically tired, that can just reduce your emotional levels. It can increase your stress. You have less patience. All I know, when I get really tired or even just hungry, I can get really irritable. I can get snippy. There we go. Social battery is shriveled to next. Honestly, that's kind of me. I feel that. Well, I don't know. I guess I would ask if you've been doing more. Like if there have been obligations that have been demanding your social energy. Because if there have been, I could imagine that would be sort of tiring you out without giving you a lot of time to recuperate. It could also just be a mood thing. I go through moods. I go through moods of less desire for social activity, more anxiety. I don't know, maybe it's the magnetic field. It messes with the circuitry or something. wonder if there's been any studies on how the magnetic field can mess with brain chemistry and mood. I feel like it potentially could. I know it sounds a little homeopathic, but I feel like there's something there. There we go. Sure, the working from home and only really having a single group of friends. We get together once a week if we don't cancel hasn't helped. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people are kind of in a similar boat there. Yeah, I don't think I had a lot of social interactions before lockdown. I mean, I know I didn't. And then, you know, I at least had the job, which started giving me some structure, and giving me a few people to chat with, and I started meeting Discord groups, which gave me people to chat with. But yeah, the number of in-person interactions is still very, very low. I know in terms of like social interactions and social activity, the area that I live in seems to be generally considered to be rather frigid. We're not super outgoing, that friendly with one another, which is like, unfortunate. Of course, I'm not really helping to buck that trend either. Like, so how do you spend your Fridays? Well, I work and then I ride my bike. Alright, what do you do after that? Stay home and draw? What is your... Jesus. Remember, employees, idle chatter is a sign of an idle mind, and an idle mind could be working. That's insane. That's crazy. That is a bright red flag in my book. Yeah, you know, I don't know. The way that I spend my time, obviously I enjoy it. Part of me does wish there was a little more social interaction, but that would also involve social interaction. I don't know about all that. I don't know about all that. warm up the skin tone a little bit, bring it more in line with the rest of what we've got going on. I wonder why we don't interact with coworkers outside the office where the parties aren't attended. Well, if it isn't the consequences of our own actions. Yeah, my team has not been doing it as much. Actually, well, so my team does spend a fair amount of time playing games. We are playing a lot of Helldivers. That has fallen off. But yeah, I think that's more sort of fallen off because people have moved on to other games. We do have a monthly get-together at the end of work hours where we just sit in Discord and work on art together. Which I think is very helpful. 9 years. Honestly, 9 years at one place in modern work feels like an accomplishment. I like that tone. It is definitely a struggle. It's a little... I think this is pretty okay. I'm just trying to get this to be a bit more evened out. Good. Hopefully things will down a little bit. I don't have to deal with another 9 years of dumbass decisions. That would be nice, I think. I guess we're gonna work on the floral pattern now. It was overdue. Cool. Let's just kind of sit on the outside. So yeah, let's get a smaller brush. Get in here more personally. Ooh. Cool. Okay, that's looking pretty good. What the fuck is this? It's fine. There we go. This is just very rough at the moment. There, yeah, that's a bit better. Just clean the shape up some. Okay. Oh, fuck me. How am I gonna get this cloud pattern? Well, I guess we don't really see much of it. Okay, this is actually gonna be pretty easy to layer in. This is gonna be a lot worse than it is, but I think the angle that we have actually obscures most of it from being visible, so it's not actually that bad. Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of this. I'm gonna do this on another layer just so I can kind of adjust and correct it as necessary, but I think we're basically just gonna see a little bit of this line kind of come across here. Yeah, I think that's enough. Enough to give the implication. And then we'll just sort of lighten it up a bit as it comes around this. Good. Good morning, Jack. Happy Wednesday. I hope your week is going good so far. You're having a good midweek. And happy October. You got anything planned for the spooky month this year? Good. Let's kind of soften up the skin tones here. So make sure we have that same consistent color assignment and everything. Goodness, it is a noisy evening. It's where the first seasons of the rain come and everyone forgets how to drive. problem, Sonic. Do you have an addiction? Got an addiction to these nuts? Sorry. Who's every year? October is game's Halloween event farm. Yeah, all the Halloween events going on. Gotta get your rewards. Sounds like a good time to be. I'm trying to think if I've had coordinates. I think I have at some point. This I'm trying to recall if Warframe has an October event. I feel like they do. Now I can't remember. I'll have to check with the others. Honestly, I haven't been playing that much Warframe. I haven't been playing that many video games outside of the stream. Mostly been spending time working on projects or just drawing in general. Okay, so I don't like... I'm sorry, I got 2.5 sections of the back leg here. They don't feel unified the way I would like them to be. The color tones aren't matching. The lighting isn't matching. I'm gonna go in and nudge that up a little bit better. There we go. Yes, this was just lacking some of the saturation to get it up to the same level. a little bit of a contour lighting along the shin just to help break the two of them up, separate them a little bit. Good. Alright, I know there's a couple things on the list that I have not touched on yet. So, I'm going to fish up this little thought right here. I'm going to double check the list and have some tea. I need to rework the collar. Excuse me. Right. See if I can find some interesting reference. Might help give me an idea how I want to render this. Right, some of these guys and see if this helps. Okay. Yeah, so I think the problem that I have with the collar presently is it's a little bit too micro detail focused. It's not really like considering the totality of it, I guess is a way to put it. It's not looking at how the fabric tears on more sort of like a primary shape. If I didn't have a list, I would definitely forget to go back and address things. Alright, I think I have a reference here. It's not exactly right, but I can use it. I'm just browsing through really quickly to see if there's one more that would be a little bit closer to what I have in mind, what I'm looking for. 1 second. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, okay, this is very simplified, but I think it sort of reinforces the same idea. Like, let's work on the primary forms of the tear, and then we can add little like frayed fabric. So if we come in here and sort of build this shape up, right? So we have this sort of main form here that's like absent on the other side, right? You sort of have a chunk missing on this side. It sort of lets it also be more apparent, right? It's like, oh, this is not deliberate, it's not some weird little texture, it is very clearly sort of like shorn in half. I don't know, some things I have a very good memory about, and some things I'm just like, I have to write that down because I'm gonna forget. Like, I can remember a lot of the projects that we've done at work. You know, we were going through the other day and sort of cataloging stuff, and I'm like, oh, yep, I remember that, that was ours, yep, easy. And then some stuff is just like, nope, no recollection. Might be it. Or no, there's a little bit more. Yeah, it just feels much more like noticeable that it's torn, right? Not just these little like random frayed edges, but like chunks that sort of yielded to one side or the other. I'm just gonna skip ahead. I think they have a little encore piece. Just get a little bit of this sheen in the gold fabric. The cloth of gold. And you can put a little bit of a black fabric poking through back here and give it a sense of layering. Okay, I'm gonna need to mess around with the sound stuff later because I'm realizing there's a few things that I might miss if I don't have it set up correctly. I'll worry about that later. Yeah, it feels much more, like, noticeable. Oh, no worries, Jack. Sorry you couldn't hang out longer, but I appreciate you popping by and saying hello. It's good to see you. Hope you have a very good midweek. I hope you have a very good start to October. Hopefully see you on Thursday for the debut. Everyone say goodnight. Yes, alright, that feels much better. Now that we're up here, spend a little bit of time working on the front side of the hair. We spent a lot working on the flowing locks going down the back of Jin's head. Now we can work on this a bit more. All right. What was it? That I'm glad we would listen through that, because I definitely was not that impressed with like the first song. I was just very like, why does the sound balance on this feel so weird? But turned out to be pretty good. I'm glad we stuck with it and gave it a shot. All right. I'm gonna put one on, and then we'll put another soundtrack to play us out. I'm trying to keep the music somewhat thematic while we work on this drawing, just because I feel like it, I don't know, it sets the mood, you know? I think I know what I'll put on. Well, no, I know what we're gonna do Thursday. Maybe we'll do it Saturday first time. Or if we're still working on this. I feel like we will be. Well, I don't know. I have an idea. I know what we might do on Thursday that'll work. Making plans. Good. I'm realizing one little goof I did. I need to put the sheen in the eyeshadow actually facing the direction of the lighting. Work on the eyes a little bit here. The eyelash got super long, but I'm kinda here for it. It's kind of a mood. One thing that I don't quite like about the color mixing is it can mess with the opacity. It can sort of soften up the opacity and induce sort of a blur effect, which can look very nice, but then if you're trying to paint over stuff like I am, it can sort of mess with the paint over. It's weird. Yeah, it's sort of similar to what we did with Jim, but I'm gonna do this one more manually. I just want to increase the length of the muzzle a little bit. Bring the face a bit more forward. This is, I really like the shape of it, but it's backward. I just gotta try and correct that without fucking it up. There. Someday I should play Final Fantasy VI. This is backwards. How'd that happen? I've heard very good things about Final Fantasy VI. Like, it's one of the effectively the best ones. Definitely worth it. One thing that is very interesting to me is I feel like, especially with older JRPGs and RPGs in general, they're not really afraid to just throw a wall at you and just be like, level up. Get stronger, get good. But what's always wild to me is that you have, like, speedrunners that have sort of figured out, okay, this is the minimum amount of level grinding, XP grinding, resource acquisition that you need to do to be able to clear this point in the game. It always just feels very, like, antithetical to the average user experience of, it's like, it's a JRPG, you just have to level grind until you beat it. And then they're like, no, you can kind of get past this point, like, way under leveled if you just know to do, like, X, Y, and Z. I remember years ago, I think I was watching Game Grumps play Chrono Trigger. Because as with many of these games, you know, Aaron had already played Chrono Trigger many times. It's one of his favorite games, I believe. And, you know, Dan, being Dan, had never, like, seen the game or played it or knew much of anything about it. And so, you know, Aaron was taking him on the journey through one of his favorite titles. One of the things I believe he said was that the way Chrono Trigger is designed and built, there's actually very little leveling throughout the entire game. Like, the encounters are pretty linear to the point of, I think, almost being pre-scripted where stuff is going to occur. So there's not actually a lot of time, like, downtime that you just have to, like, wander back and forth in the open world, getting encounters to build up strength. The game kind of lays all of that out for you, and then you just go for it. But yeah, watching speedrunners go through Final Fantasies, it feels like it's almost, not exactly the same, but there is a similar vibe of, like, oh, they're not really stopping to level grind. They're not, you know, running in circles to get particular encounters unless they're looking for a specific thing. And so they need to be in this area to trigger the event that gets it. So yes, I think the sort of conventional wisdom of level grinding is absolutely valid and true, and is probably necessary for most people's experience of the game, but I do kind of wonder how much the designers secretly made it so that a Final Fantasy game does not require you to sit there and just, like, spam random encounters for hours until you're strong enough to sort of deal with the next gatekeeper. What do I want to do with this eye here? I don't think I want to put any sheen in the eye. I think the sort of hooded, heavier gaze is very fitting. Alrighty, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you had a good September. I hope October treats you well. I hope you get some very good rest to start it off. Everyone say goodnight. Got the request day off. There we go. That's good. I hope you enjoy your time off. Hope it is fun and or restful. I'm actually gonna nudge the gaze a little bit farther over. Oh, they did. Sounds like a plan to me. There we go. Nice. That's the gaze I want. Good. Yes, very good. Gonna come in on the inside over here. I'm not gonna put too much work into the eye on this side. I just want to sort of give that implication of the form, right? Yeah. I need, excuse me. Ugh. I need season 2 of Freeman. They did announce it. Is it next year? I want to say it's next year. I need it to happen. I need it to happen soon. I'm gonna take a little artistic license and just put some pure white along the neck here. Just really drive the focal point in. That interaction. Okay. What's next? I think we've gotten a lot done tonight. Like, it's very much polished up. It's a lot smoother in a lot of places. I'm much happier with it. But I think I would like to spend at least one more day seeing it to completion. This has been a really fun one, just sort of playing with the slightly different rendering approach, trying to balance it out and get all the details sitting the right way, playing nice with each other. I was thinking about this earlier. So there is absolutely part of me that would really like to be able to make stuff, make drawings, make art, make work faster, right? Like, I would really enjoy being able to produce work at a faster rate and be able to get to more ideas, excuse me, within the same period of time. I think that's, very sort of evident in the way that how much I'm like considering how quickly we get through drawings, how quickly we complete stuff. I think that is where, even though, I don't know why I keep coming back to this topic, even though I hate it so much, but, I think that's where people see the appeal of using tools like AI generators, right? Because it does let you do things very quickly. You can have an image done using a generator far faster than it would take an artist to produce it, right? They are content generators. Content is generally not good, but they do generate at an inhuman rate. But I think the for me at least, it isn't just about having something done, right? It's not just about having an image that you can look at and be like, that's a good image, thumbs up, and then you just kind of move on with your life, right? For some people, for a lot of people that are just sort of looking at it on the internet or whatever, that is going to be it, right? They look at it for a few seconds and they're like, wow, I like that, and then they move on. Well, that's fine. I do that with most content that I consume as well. But for this one, the process of sort of learning the approach, figuring out the color balance, the lighting, getting the weight of things to feel right, getting the interactions between the materials and the objects to feel good. It's not just about having the image, it's about the process of making it. It's about seeing it come together and feeling it sort of flow from the brain to the hand into the drawing. And then, we do little sanity checks and we correct and we modify and we add ideas where it feels like a given area is, not pulling its weight. I feel like that is what gets missed a lot of times. The difference between content creation and artistry. There are so many content creators on the internet, YouTube, TikTok, Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, whatever. I think, probably a lot of them are just sort of making content that, sort of hits the right engagement metrics. It has the right sort of combination of factors and tags that it makes the engagement gods happy, and then they sort of work their way into the algorithm. But I think most of the people that I watch, not to come across as a viewer of refined taste, but a lot of the people that I watch, I think, take their videos, their work, be it images, or music, or the videos that they produce, very seriously, right? They think a lot about how they want to create them, and what they should look like, and what the flow is, and if they're getting the right information and ideas across. You see that in the course of a YouTuber that's been at it for a long time, that they will refine their process. They'll figure out things that do and don't work, and they'll be experimental at times. They'll try out new video formats or little tweaks to their existing one, because they're not just there to make content and foreign views, they have something that they care about. They have something that they are trying to do. And maybe it's just make you laugh. But they don't just sort of fall, a lot of times at least, don't just fall into a routine. You know, they look for ways that they can do it better, that they can go a little bit further. Make something that works just a little bit more than the last one. And sometimes they'll do that and people respond negatively and they're like, oh, okay, never mind. I'll walk it back for the next video or the next drawing or whatever. Soften that up a bit. Get a little bit of bounce light in here. Some of the examples I was looking at, it's like, oh, they do there is bounce light. It's just typically very reserved because the lighting is so dramatic. You tend not to see much reflection onto other surfaces, but it is there if you look for it very carefully. Just put a little bit like that. Okay. I think we're getting very, very close here. So, I want to go in. Let me go and grab my reference book, because I want to revisit the anatomy in the shoulder. It feels a little bit too like sinewy. Yeah, let me grab my book. That's actually gonna take a minute because I moved all my books downstairs. I moved them all downstairs while we were cleaning. So let me put the banner out. I'm gonna do a quick minute of ads while I run downstairs and grab that. And I'll see you all very briefly. Where did my dashboard go? There you are. Alright, see you guys in a second. Okay, sorry about that. Knock the pre-rolls down for most of the rest of the stream. Yeah, I turned around to get my book and I realized my bookshelf was empty. I'm like, alright. Right, I did that. Okay, let me see if this one has a reference that I want. Figure Drawing by Michael Hampton is a really good book. I've used it for a long time. It does a really good job of compressing ideas down into, in some cases, like literally he compresses it into like a block form to make it easier to sort of work through the ideas and put the parts together and see how everything combines and makes sense, right? Which can be really helpful. Sometimes it is really nice to just sort of take a step back from the complexity of the anatomy and just think things through on a more simplistic level and be like, oh yeah, I should just do this, right? Sort of less anatomy, more form. I think what's sitting weird here. Yes, okay, I see what's kind of sitting weird here, what I don't like with my current setup. So, the deltoid, the role of the deltoid, this sort of shape right here, which we're going to keep pretty subtle, right? We're going to keep it pretty soft. Sort of overlapping in front. So it has this, it's throwing off the order of operations. So we need the muscles from the torso to sort of roll up in front. And then that's gonna sort of combine softly with the muscles on the inside of the arm. Double check, because that is right. I always blank on the anatomy on the inside of the arm. It's quite complex because there's a bunch of stuff to get the arm to move in every different direction, and some of it is situated on the chest to pull the arm inward. Okay, so okay. Right, okay, so yeah, there isn't really a dedicated muscle group on the inside of the arm, but you get some of the bicep, and you get the... which one was that? The long head of the tricep is on the inside, which is ironic because the lateral head is actually... well, I guess the long head is longer, but the lateral head, including the tendons, goes farther. Man, how'd you guys figure all this out? I suppose that's what a few billion years of evolution will do for you. Bookmark these just so I can kind of go back and forth. Okay, yeah, so you're not really gonna see a lot of like dedicated musculature, but you will see a little bit of the tricep itself. So we do have this muscle group. We have this little, and I always blank on what it's called, but it's this little group that sort of sits in the bottom, sits in the armpit, and is responsible for sort of pulling, I believe it's responsible for pulling the arm sort of back and down. No sure thing. it up. I'm gonna check my other book as well really quickly. Put that down on the keyboard and hope it doesn't hit any keys. This one out. Yeah, one of the, as I said before, but one of the mistakes that I frequently make and I'm trying to get better about is sort of drawing the musculature too sharply. Yeah, there is the musculature. There's the bones and then the muscle, and then, you know, fat and skin. Which does a very good job of softening everything up. So if you just try and draw something like it's an anatomy, you know, like you see in the anatomy books, you tend to sort of overly sharpen a lot of details. It doesn't flow well. It doesn't have a natural living feel because it's just for these big groups with harsh outlines between them, which is not how it actually works or looks. We got that, and we can just sort of smooth this out. So in some ways that's better, but it's not quite right still. Yeah. Okay. I think this is about right. Every time I try and do this, I fuck it up. Every time I try and do a raised arm, to the underside of the arm, I mess it up. Alright, yeah, it's not... okay. I feel like it's getting closer a bit at a time, but it's still very gradual. Okay, so yeah, if we have this, I think we do get a fairly sharp definition of sort of where the musculature of the chest and shoulder separates from the musculature of the bicep, or the arm rather. More so anyway. Double check the photos instead of the sculpts. Yeah, that is definitely more pronounced, even if it isn't sharp. And so we can sort of round the shape out more. We're gonna get the musculature of the lats. Gonna wrap around like that. Okay, so you get the musculature of the torso that comes in like this. Part of me is wondering if this is just too far out. Let me check the reference of the costume design. See if we need to... No? Okay. Honestly, her outfit leaves most of her upper, like, shoulder and collar bare, so I think we're actually fine. I was wondering if I need to bring the outfit more over. I don't think I do. If anything, I could stand to... Oh, okay. I think I could bring this around a little bit more. And then we sort of have... Just a little bit more of this. So that underlying shape of the chest. That contour shadow. Okay, so then yeah, we have that. We have sort of the shape of the ribs and the lats that goes up like this. Okay, and then the biceps are going in this way. They're linking in like that. Okay, and then that little sort of group muscle that I was talking about sits right here. Sort of smooths the shape out. Yeah. Let's fold in like this. Okay, and then yeah, the other head of the tricep I was looking at before comes around like that. And then all of that sort of sits underneath the deltoid, which is right there. Or no, just a hair more like that. Okay. So yeah, now we've got a guideline that makes more sense. So now we need to sort of build that from being outlined to being volumetric. Right? Sort of give this a little bit of a pop. And this can be a little bit of a shadow. A little bit of a pop. Part of it, you know, when you have... There are certain poses that like bodybuilders will take, whatnot. you know, that really accentuate the muscular groups of the arm and really help them to pop. Raising the arm above your head really sort of smooths out a lot of the armpit, right? Because this sort of gets stretched out, that smooths out where that would normally sort of be a recession. The lats are sort of getting pulled up to follow, so that, you know, wraps around the body. This whole shape kind of relaxes like this. So we can have some definition here. We just don't want to push it too hard because that makes the muscle seem like super well like built up and heavy, as opposed to having a pleasing elegance to the form. There is a time for well-built, well-sculpted muscles, but this is not that. Now, one thing I am going to do, I'm gonna bring the shape of the breast in a little bit. I don't want to make them seem oversized, over accentuated. And then the other thing I'm gonna do is bring the outfit out to sort of support the shape a bit better, because I think that is fairly accurate. Like, it leaves, the outfit leaves a lot of the collar exposed, but it doesn't leave like the side boob exposed or anything, I don't think. At least not in the model version. I can double check some of the other drawings and see some of the older reference that I have and see if that holds up, but where would this even be? Shit, where did I keep the reference for that? Would it be even older? I think it would be. Okay, let me just go to Discord really quickly and check there. Yeah, so, yeah. Okay, so I feel like I have the understanding right, that this needs to actually sort of come up like this. Sort of wrap around the form a bit more, give a bit of distinction, right? It's not just like a line that sort of arbitrarily goes down the side, there's actual volume to it. Okay, I feel like that gives us a bit more definition to work with as well. Right, that we're not just sort of making the shape, we have like an actual thing that is going on. Hello, Death Knight. Welcome in. Happy Choomsday. I hope your week is going well. Off to a good start. We are trying to figure out arm anatomy. It's getting there. How are you doing? Let's soften this up, even out the tones a little bit. Go. Go. Yeah, so I think this flow is right. Now I'm just gonna soften everything up. I just don't want to have too chiseled of a musculature in here. But one thing that I'm not 100% on still is I think this needs to sort of go more like this. I think it's flowing downward a little bit too much. Yeah, just anywhere. So the green hair is Ivy. Jin's friend all around. Lovely person. Avid D&D enthusiast. There we go. Yes, she is also a streamer. There we go. I'm just using a very soft brush. And actually, I think what we can do now, so for this I like having that little bit, thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm very pleased with how this one is coming along. It's definitely been like going slow and really taking the time. You know, right through here, what I actually want to do is sort of cross-hatch the strokes so that it blends the color more. There we go. And then right through here. I think we're gonna activate the deltoid a little bit more. I'm glad you like it. I'll just bring this curve up a little bit. Okay. And soften this down. Okay, there's a little bit of a weirdness happening with the breast, and I just want to double check that. Where's that gonna go? Okay, yeah. Yes, okay, I think I see what's wrong. Rather, what I would like to do is try to get it to sit a little bit nicer. So, breasts are not balloons. They do not just sit on the front of the chest and float there. You know, there's a lot of anatomy that attaches them in underneath the skin and makes sure that they distribute their weight in a non-destructive way. But then, you know, if the person lies down or lies to the side, the weight is going to distribute in different ways, right? It's going to move around with gravity. So, you know, with Jim sort of lying back a little bit to the side, the breast is going to shift, it's going to sort of go in that direction, and it is going to cause the skin to sort of overlap and compress a little bit. So I think what was sort of weird to me was that we had the breast just sort of sitting there, like it had just sort of like flattened out a little bit. It hadn't sort of moved. So I want to give it a little bit more curvature on this side. Would I? Probably, with enough time, enough study. I don't know. It does depend, because sometimes I will get to a point where even if it doesn't hit quite the same level of fidelity, it just feels like the drawing is done. We're trying to get more detail out of it would just feel like squeezing water from a stone. And wouldn't necessarily contribute to a better drawing overall, if that makes sense. You know, that drawing we did a while back, I'll bring it up. I say a while back, it was like a month ago. Where'd it go? Oh, I put it in the wrong folder, that's right. There you are. This one. Yeah, we were going for a very like flat rendering style on this one. So as much as I wanted to do something to break up the shirt, you know, add some interior detail, make it clearer what was going on, it just didn't match the direction of the drawing. I was like, no, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that for this one because it doesn't contribute. So, I don't know, for this one, since we're going for the chiaroscuro, you know, rendering style, we're really trying to get something that's very, like, dramatic and classical in its approach. You know, going in and doing the extra mile of artistic rendering, artistic detail, I think is worth it. But sometimes, yeah, just simple and cartoony is the right feel. Thank you. See, I don't want this to be too outliney. Right? Oh, there we go. I don't want this to just sort of sit as like a sketch on top, because that's not, that doesn't fit. But sorry, there's the page I was looking for. Yeah, so basically we get that little extra bit of contact shadow, we get this little extra fold with the skin, so we'll just sort of go in here, sort of add some form shadows, reinforce the idea. This out, so it still feels like it's going around the shape. There we go. I'm just getting that little, like, I'm just gonna do it on another layer. And we've got sort of the wrapping top form and then that side form, right? Really give it a sense of volume. I think that's better. And do the same thing a little bit over here. And you know, if I were to just do a little bit of a sketch draw through, like, does the shape of the breast make sense? I think considering again that it's not, you know, like a standing form, you know, the weight, the gravity is gonna get pulled down a little bit to the side. I think it's okay. I think that works. Okay, so just a couple more minutes cleaning up the anatomy of the arm here, the underarm, and I think we'll be in a good spot. Good place to call it a night. Like, what are you doing? Yeah, so we got the lats. That's right there. You have a commission site? I do not have a website. What I do is feel free to get in touch with me on, I would say, Twitter, Blue Sky, and then we would sort of go over what it is that you want, and if it seems doable, then I can give you a quote based on sort of how long I estimate it would take. There we go. Okay. I think that'll work. It definitely feels better than where it was at the start of the start of the stream at least. I think just a little bit of getting this forming here. The other important thing to always keep in mind is, you know, the primary form of the arm. To maintain definition even as you're going in and building out the secondary forms, right? So like all of these muscle groups, all the overlapping forms and shapes that we're building out here should not muddy the overall readability of the, we'll be crude and call it the cylinder of the arm. Right, like if we were to simplify it down, the light form of the arm, the wrapping contour, the wrapping shape should still be consistent and legible. And then it's getting broken up by the secondary form. Right, so then this curve from the lat goes like that. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's pretty good. I'm just gonna thin this out a little bit. Now the one thing to consider, because we've been very like laser focused on it, is when we zoom back, how does it look? How does it look in the context of the drawing as a whole? Let's smooth that out. Smooth that out. Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I don't know, in some ways it almost feels like too saturated compared to the rest. Just toning it down a little bit. Because like, I don't know, it was so bright that it was like, it was distracting, I think. Okay. Yeah, I do like that. And we'll do one more thing, and then we need to call it the night. Which is, I want to add a little bit of darkening along here. If there's a way that we can do this simply. I think I might have just sort of over smoothed it effectively. Like I just want to sort of go in and like get a little bit more of that contour. Redefine that shape a little bit. I know we're over time. I need to wrap up for the night, so this will be I think some of what we work on next time. We can go ahead and sort of do some of the setup for that, right? Sort of like we did with the other arm. Right, so you just get a little bit more like break up between the arm and the torso, and a little bit more definition of form along the arm itself. There we go. Even that, I think, is better. Yeah, something in here is still a little bit, like, oh, a little bit too, like, convex, I think. Like, I'm trying to get it to sort of return to being a slight concavity. So we might need to go in and reconstruct some of the anatomy, but I think the lighting might also obscure it a little bit and give us a break. Alright, yeah, that feels a bit better. You had an outstanding? Yeah, we should wrap up. It is time. It is time. I got a little bit into it just to try and polish that up, but okay, so yeah, a little bit of correction into that arm. I want to do a little bit more with the faces, particularly Jin's nose is still feeling a little bit off. And then I think we'll do some polish stuff, just all around, kind of go around, get a nice little bit of texturing here and there. But it is very, very close. I think there'll probably be one more stream working on this one. So what I have in mind is, I think on Thursday, we might do a little, I don't think it'll take that long. We might do a little bit of a special drawing to go with the debut. And then if there's time, we'll come back around and work some more on this one. Let's see. And then Saturday will be Horizon. Saturday will be Horizon. I think we're at a point where we might be able to finish the game. We shall have to see. We shall have to see if there is time for that. If it feels like, you know, we get to the 3-hour mark or so and we're not really close to beating it, you know, get to our normal stopping point, then we might save it for one more day or one more stream. But yeah, I feel like this is getting very close. So yes, just one more time, just for a final reminder, we do have the debut, the Halloween outfit debut on Thursday. So we're gonna have a fun intro and a costume and some stuff for that. I do have something planned for you guys as well. So I hope you will be there to check it out. I'm very excited. I'm glad it's all coming together. So I hope you guys are excited too. I will see you all then, oh yeah, we're gonna go ahead and shut the VOD down, and we're gonna go find somebody to raid. We're gonna say bye-bye YouTube. I'm gonna need to check the VODs to make sure that we didn't get in trouble or anything.